Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 4th day of the 6th annual Metal Gear Marathon. And, Happy New Year's, everybody, at least from Australia. It is, in fact, 2021. We somehow made it. We survived the nightmare that was 2020, and we are alive. Phew. Oh shit, off to a good start, hitting the wrong button. I realize it's still 2020 for most of the world, but advantage of Australia, power of time travel. Ticked over to 2021 about half an hour ago, which means we're actually running a bit late. Sorry for that. But we are here. We're going to finish out MGS3 tonight, and probably do the Secret Theater stuff as well. Needs a PS2, but that's fine. I've got my PS2 set up and ready to go. So we'll switch over to that afterwards. Right, so, last night, we finished up just up the top of the mountain after fighting the end, as usual. And we're now about to make our way through the mountain and out the back. Great fortress of Grozny Grad. Make it through this place first, however, and this is usually a bit trickier than it seems. I believe they add a bunch of extra guards this time around. Yeah, you can... You can hear him clunking just there. They've added war crimes. Actually, don't know if it's a war crime yet. To be using flamethrowers, but they have lads with flamethrowers running around. I don't remember when it officially became a war crime to use flamethrowers. Yes. Hello, everybody in the chat. How are we all? Oh, bother. How are we all doing tonight? Post-Vietnam makes sense, I guess. I'm just trying to remember where flamethrowers are, like, used to them. I know... Well, I think Vietnam... Post-Vietnam was, everything like, Agent Orange and, like, all that, like, chemical stuff was made war crimes. Oh, wait, there's ointment and bandage for burns. Turn A is a good one, Firth. I'm not quite sure why New Year's inspired Turn A, but any excuse will do. Oh, hang on, we need to do some jiggery pokery as well. We need the nugget. Just came out in the UK. Oh, cool. Well, that's a good reason then. There is much goofy stuff you can do in this game. We can't even cover like half of it over the course of the like marathon playthrough, as I've mentioned before. Just due to time restrictions, there's so much game to cover. Only so many hours in the day.
I am the Fury. The flames of my rage will incinerate you. I came back from space. As I returned, I had one vision. The world set ablaze. And do you know what I saw there? Fury. A great and terrible fury at being alive. Now, you're going to feel the scorching heat of that horrible blackness.
Right. This goes back to my many times stated momentum-based boss fights in Metal Gear Solid. You can very easily lose the momentum in this, and everything starts to fall apart. You know what, I won't use blackface because it looks really silly in the movie sequences. Bit too much for my taste. juked me.
You're not getting away from me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Oh god. See ya. It's a very, very dangerous fight. He died very quickly, but with at least with the nugget, you can also take him out very quickly. Sort of glass cannon fight. Ah, there it is.
Burn, baby.
Nugget is trank rounds.
Feel the burning rage. You're good.
The nugget is the Mosin Nagant. Yeah, we are fucked. See ya.
Burn, baby. Taste my fury.
Fun fact, if you play the PS2 version of this game on a oh fuck's sake, on a PS3, this lags to all hell. Bollocks.
Here.
Because of all the fire, it can't handle it. You can even see, like, when the fire starts getting really intense on the actual PS3 version, it starts lagging.
Eat flame.
This is sort of what I mean by momentum. If you're quick, you can keep tapping him. But if you're not, you're just dead. And, I'm not quick.
Taste my fury.
also depends a bit on his AI, whether he goes into a quick jet sequence or... Wait, does it actually say snake eating? Did I not update to the Day 2 title? No, it looks like I did. Out of time. Yeah, it's just for the joke. I like the joke I did for the first stream was snake eater. No, it may not include any snake eating.
Taste my fury.
Happy New Year Day. How you going? He wins because he can just set everything on fire eventually. Wait.
My suit! You can't hurt me.
Interesting. I didn't hurt him. I'm pretty sure that shot was at least on point.
Burning rage. Over here. Over here.
Ah, okay, so it's just the bullets don't go through the whoosh, I think. Which does make sense, at least for the tranquilizer rounds.
Snake, what happened? Talk to me. Snake! Snake!
Burn! Burn, baby! There you go.
Oh shit, he flew!
Show yourself. You can't run away from me. 3, 2, 1. Taste my fury.
God damn.
Let your anger grow!
This is one of the fights you may wish to employ LF meds in. God dang it. Ah. Rations don't work that way in this game, Huff. That's what LF meds are for, but they're extreme short supply. Only get so many of them throughout the course of the game.
Feel the burning rage! Show yourself!
He changed corridor without me realizing? Oh, he did.
Not bad.
Ah, shit. But I wanted to at least get a hit in for it. Hey Murray, how's it going? So hey, Sion! How are you? Hey, our access. Just normal difficulty, as always.
Let your anger grow!
Yeah, New Year's fireworks, I guess.
There!
Nugget is the trank sniper, yes. Whew. So, it isn't a no-kill run because of that fuck-up with the guy falling into the water. But we're still mostly doing no-kills runs.
This is the end of the Cobras. You've got to live on. You're the only one left. I'm off. To join the sorrow. Behold, the flames of fury. The fires of hell will purge me clean. I can see it. Mission Control, do you read me? I'm coming home. I see the earth.
Oh well, that fight is always a bit of a mess. It basically, as I said, it's very momentum based. Comes down to just like how, oh, a combination of momentum and luck, really. If he goes like, he does a decent pattern, he's fairly easy to control. Yeah, I've never sort of got a good strategy down for the Fury. The Nugget is about the closest I've got to a strategy, which is much more effective against him than trying to pistol him. Now we definitely need to change up our camouflage. See, Spider is better than Splitter, but as I explained when we got the Spider camo, it's makes you very, very hard to see, but costs a heap of stamina to have it equipped. The Fuse ammo. I suppose, like, thinking about it, with the way we start out the second part of the stream, it might actually be a bit almost jarring. Because the first half starts out so movie sequence laden. And then the second half, like, at least where I do the split, is starts out real gameplay heavy. You have the Grozny Grad. Oops, I missed the turn off. You have the Grozny Grad infiltration. Or you go. It's a big sort of gameplay chunk because you go from the science facility to the fear fight, the end fight, the fury fight, the Grozny Grad infiltration. Like it's sort of the opposite of the first half of the game, where it's just like 2 hours of movie sequence nearly. Like the Virtuous Mission, at this point, because I know what I'm doing, the Virtuous Mission is like 10 minutes of gameplay tops. Which is why people might be like, well, why did you celebrate ghosting the Virtuous Mission? Because it might only be 10 minutes, but it's so easy to fuck up. Yes, this is true. Your first time through would definitely be a lot longer. You'll be exploring, poking around. Obviously, you won't know the guard patrols. Grozny Grad can also, like, that first entrance part of Grozny Grad can also take a heck of a lot longer. There's actually quite a lot to Grozny Grad. We'll explore some more of it in the later sections, but yeah, if you don't know like where you're going, what you're looking for there, it's very easy to get lost. Or just expend a bunch of time pottering around. That's the annoying thing about the scientists, as we brought up in Brandon Design Bureau. They get very spicy about you not being recognizable. And yes, good old does this smell like chloroform to you. Well, we're actually here to hang out with the Major. I'm just looting the place first. just need him to come back up here while we wait for him. I don't remember what lockers, if any, have anything in them at this point. But there's one locker in particular that will have something in it later. One with the red stripe on it. That will be a little while yet. Russian rations of this era were notoriously awful, but very filling? I don't know if that's quite the right word. They tasted terrible, but they provided you all the nutrients you need. The problem with like awful food rations is while they provide you with all the nutrients you need, there's a morale element involved.
Snake, that door can't be opened by normal means. Apparently it operates by responding to a specific radio frequency. If you want to know the key frequency, why don't you try asking someone nearby?
Where is the Major? Okay, finally, he's coming. As for eating rations on stream, that's not my game. That's, I'll leave that up to Steve. No, the Russian rations were not better than the American ones. Actually, I don't know, maybe by, 1964, I'm not quite as sure about. Said, there's something important in that red locker. That's not the exact thing we're after yet, and now we have new camo. Oops. To do that. Go back in there. Now, we can kill him here. And it doesn't cause a game over because the bit involving him in a later game hadn't been written yet. So it doesn't cause a time paradox. Oh, actually, here. Someone was asking about this yesterday.
Keep up the fine work, sir.
You can brutalize the gods, and I'll thank you for it. Scientists don't even question you anymore. Look down demurely. I think we're actually pretty much done with stuff. Well, this is the bit where you got to disguise yourself as Radonovich, so yes, we are using the Raiden mask.
Sir! Sir.
It'd be a funny touch if the alarm went off for you returning the salute. Anyway, that's about all we need to do for now here. Business out the back. Well, his name, Radonovich, is meant to sound like Raiden's bitch. There is Agahod. Can't enter in there yet. It's too early. Yeah, Radonovich actually appears in Peace Walker. It doesn't work that way in this game, Kuro. Not Peace Walker, sorry, Portable Ops. So technically killing him here should cause a time paradox. But as I was saying, that hadn't been written yet by the time of this game. So you can kill Raiden, and it doesn't cause a time paradox.
Sir!
Here it is.
You can count on me. What about the philosopher's legacy?
I don't know anything about that. What are you? Are you trying to kill me?
What's the matter?
I know nothing, I swear it. No one but the Colonel knows of the legacy.
I see.
No, don't! Oh. Who's there? You're the man from the CIA. What are you doing here?
I told you before, didn't I? I'm going to get you out of here.
A man of honor, just like your commander. But I'm afraid you're too late.
Too late. Don't tell me. The Shagohods.
Exactly. The final preparations for Phase 2 are complete.
Sokolov, what exactly is Phase 2?
To put it in technical terms, it's a composite range extension system for medium-range ballistic missiles. The Shagohod was originally designed as a tank that could launch nuclear missiles from any type of terrain. There was just one problem we couldn't figure out how to solve. The ICBMs we have today are simply too big for the Shagohod to carry. But the military would not hear of it. They demanded a weapon that could launch a nuclear missile directly into the American homeland. That is when I came up with the idea for Phase 2.
But there's no way you could load an ICBM onto the Shagohod. So how'd you do it?
By accelerating the Shagohod itself.
Accelerating it?
In Phase 2, a rocket booster unit is attached to the frame of the Shagohod. The unit incorporates the same technology used in the Vostok rocket that sent Major Gagarin into space. Using this booster, the Shagohod can achieve a land speed of over 300 miles per hour.
That monster can go more than 300 miles per hour?
Yes. And from this state of accelerated motion, it launches a nuclear missile.
So, the Shagohod acts like the first stage of a rocket.
Yes, precisely. The range of the missile launched by the Shagohod thus increases from 2,500 miles to 6,000 miles.
6,000 miles? That's enough to strike anywhere in the United States.
Not only that, with the Shagohod, there's no need to construct giant silos like the ones used to house ICBMs. All you need is a runway about 3 miles in length, or its equivalent. And you can launch a thermonuclear strike against any location in the United States from anywhere in the Soviet Union. It cannot be detected by spy planes or satellites. It's a mobile fortress, capable of deploying in secret and launching its payload at any time.
A weapon from hell.
A completed prototype now sits in the hangar. At present, it is the only one of its kind. But Vulcan is planning to mass produce them based on that prototype.
And deploy them all over the Soviet Union.
Yes, and that's not the end of it. He's going to ship them to Eastern Europe, to Asia, to all the countries of the Eastern Bloc. Even worse, he intends to use the Shagohod as bait to foment armed uprisings among dictators, ethnic insurgents, and revolutionary groups throughout the Third World. His funds are nearly limitless. He could start mass production tomorrow if he wanted. The reason that tensions between East and West have settled into a Cold War is because each side fears the other's power. Deterrence. The idea of using threats to keep one's enemy in check is the perfect word to sum up this state of affairs. But the Shagohod goes far beyond the level of threat. It will render the concept of deterrence utterly meaningless. If such a weapon is unleashed on the world, it will not be long before all nations are engulfed in conflict. The Cold War will end, and the entire planet will be consumed by the fires of war. Vulcan and the Shagohod will be at the center of it all. So you see, it's already too late.
No, it's not too late.
What do you mean?
We've still got a chance. All we have to do is destroy the prototype and the whole facility before they can mass produce it.
But
just tell me what I need to do to destroy this place.
all right. The liquid fuel used in the rocket engine is stored in a tank. If you can blow it up somehow, some C3 ought to be enough to blow the entire hangar to smithereens.
C3? You mean that cutting-edge plastic explosive?
It could be molded into any shape. The bomb of the future.
Where can I get it?
There was some in the armory here, but it's gone now. It was stolen by a female spy who was here a minute ago.
Eva?
No, that's not her name. Her name is Tatiana. She made her way in here by becoming Vulcan's lover.
I thought she was your lover.
Mine? Oh no, she is Vulcan's lover. This is my lover.
Who are they?
My wife and daughter. They're in America.
Now I remember. Your family is in the custody of the CIA. How long has Tatiana been here?
Only a few weeks.
A few days before the Virtuous mission, then.
She said that Khrushchev sent her.
What did you just give her?
All of the experimental data for the Shagohod. Please, it is essential that you destroy the Shagohod.
I will, but first I've got to get you to safety.
No. I'm not going.
My mission is to rescue you.
Leave me.
Sokolov!
Khrushchev has abandoned me. I cannot return to my country. I would most certainly be sent to the gulags.
What about the US?
Yes, I once thought of that. My family's waiting for me there. But even if I fled to the United States, I would once again find myself creating weapons of mass murder. In the end, it doesn't matter where I go. I am still a weapons scientist. To be honest with you, I'm tired. Every day, I help create things that should never be used, things that should never have existed in the first place. Every day, without sleep. Without a word of praise from others. And my creations do not even benefit mankind. They are merely the tools of politicians. All I wanted to do was build space rockets. But it was not to be. The space race between America and Russia became the prey of politicians. The space race and the arms race are one and the same. Missiles, rockets, what's the difference? Scientists are always being used. Please, watch over my family.
Major, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you in my room. Who are you? Don't play dumb with me. If you think you can fool me, you're sorely mistaken. I know the Major better than anyone else. I come here looking for Tatiana, and what should I find? But a greasy freebooter.
What is this fairy disguise? It's gonna rub off on you. And then you'll lose sight of who you really are. Stay out of this!
I see why they call you the boss. What was that? Some kind of judo?
No, it's called CQC, a basic form of close quarters combat. He and I developed it together.
Splendid. I'll take it from here.
Are you going to kill him?
Of course. But first, I will make him pay for hurting Ivan.
And another of the forced save points. As for, like, Volgin trying to extract information, he isn't trying to extract information from Snake at that point. He just wanted to beat him up for the reasons stated. He was just angry that Snake hurt Raiden. Also, Volgin is a nutjob.
Tell me!
Stop it!
Who have you been talking to?
He doesn't know what you're talking about.
You'd better start talking.
Please, stop this!
Who is Khrushchev's lapdog?
How can you do this to him?
I know you gave the data to someone.
Never do
You!
that. You monster.
I guess he's dead. Now then, I hope you'll prove entertaining than he was. But first, let's take a look at your body, shall we? You've certainly seen your share of battles. Consider yourself lucky. I am about to show you what hell is really like. Well then, let's get started. What is your target? Is it the Shagohod? Or Sokolov? Or maybe it's the Legacy? Answer me! Who is helping you? Who let you in here? You're a tough one, but even you must have your limits. And I am a patient man. Here's where the fun really begins. My body carries an electric charge of 10 million volts. Let's see how you like this. Now answer me. How much does the CIA know? They're after my legacy, aren't they? Your real target is the Philosopher's Legacy, isn't it? Yes. Let yourself go. That's what I want to see.
It's no use. He's not going to talk. He's been trained not to break. Trained by me.
Admit it! We're after the location of the Legacy! The secret fund established by the three great powers during the 2 world wars. That's what you're looking for, isn't it? $100 billion, divided up and hidden all over the world. And you're looking for a record of where all that money is hidden, right? No matter. The Philosopher's Legacy is safely in my possession, in the underground vault of Groznygrad. You'll never lay finger on it. What's this? A transmitter? Who's responsible for this?
I am. I planted it on him to keep track of his movements.
Why?
So the Cobras could ambush him.
If they knew where he was gonna be, they wouldn't have gotten themselves slaughtered. It pains me to do this, boss, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I must ask you to show me some proof that you and he were not in collusion.
You don't trust me, is that it?
Not that, but he is your apprentice.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Cut out his eyes. I don't like those blue eyes of his. There's nothing more important to a soldier than his eyes. You made him a soldier, and now you will unmake him. Yes, it'll make for a touching display. He's all yours. Do it! Ruin him, just as he did the Cobras. What is it, Tanya?
He's suffered enough.
Well, well. Why are you protecting him? That smell. Tatiana! You're the spy!
What are you talking about?
I know that smell.
Stop it!
Taking a fancy to her, eh, Ocelot?
No. I have no interest in this woman. I want to test her. I'll let this be the judge.
Do as you like.
Here we go.
There. Satisfied now?
Well, that was refreshing. Come, we're going to my room.
So you survived the Colonel's torture, eh? Watching this has made me realize something. It's really not that bad. It's the ultimate form of expression. You got lucky this time, Tatiana.
Run!
I've prepared an escape route for us. Go out and head west. Pass underneath the connecting passageway and go north. You'll find an open manhole there.
You're...
Quiet! Go through the manhole down into the sewers. The door at the north end of the sewers is unlocked. You can use it to get outside the fortress. I've got your equipment. We'll meet up later. can't get too close to your cell. You'll have to figure a way out of there yourself. I'll be in touch.
Now this, you'll notice we have lost vision on the right side.
Time to eat.
Alright, hang on, we got a few things to do here. That is something I've always thought was a really cool touch. It actually, like, represents Snake losing an eye and his vision being impaired. The only reason to play the 3DS port of this game, because it's pretty much inferior in every other way, is the 3D effect on the 3DS turns off once Snake gets his eye shot out, and it forces it into 2D mode, which, that is a fucking brilliant use of hardware. Now, we'll have that one. Just fork it out. So there was, Murray brought this up in the chat. Do we leave the transmitter in, or do we pull it out? We can leave the transmitter in, and it'll make things a bit harder for me later on, but we'll get a bonus scene for leaving it in. Or we can pull it out and do things normally. The scene is a thing, yes. More content is better. Alrighty, we'll leave the transmitter in then. Audience has spoken. And yes, this is where we feed Johnny.
Huh? What? You don't want this?
We have also acquired one of the greatest weapons in the game. No, I am not shitting you. The fork is amazing because it allows you to eat instantly. You don't have to menu. Like, I unironically wish it would give you the fork earlier. Just so that you don't have, like, you can menu less. You can just run up to a thing, fork it, and it's in your belly.
Chow time. Huh? Hey, thanks.
I don't believe it does anything here. It's just a cool touch that you can show off. Yeah, exactly. Pretty good.
Hey, eat up.
There's a PS2 exclusive bonus thing you can do in this sequence. Where if you save and quit while in here and come back, which counts as Snake going to sleep, he wakes up having a nightmare, and in that nightmare you actually play a completely different video game for a short while. But that is not in the PS3 version, unfortunately.
Hey, you're not such a bad guy after all. I guess not all Americans are dogs.
You mean it?
Yeah. You know, before the war started, I used to live in America. I even had a wife and a kid.
You must be pretty lonely.
Yeah, I am pretty lonely. Really lonely.
What's your kid's name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Nice ring to it.
Really? You like it? Well, if you say so, I'll believe you. Actually, my name is Johnny too. All the firstborn sons in my family are called Johnny. My dad's a Johnny, and my son's son will probably be a Johnny too.
Oh, I forgot to hit the button.
Clan of Johnnies.
Why do we have a Cold War anyway? Our two countries used to be such good friends.
Yeah, I hear ya.
I just want to see my family again.
Must be rough.
Yeah. Not as rough as you have it, though. Here. I filched them from your equipment when the Colonel wasn't looking. It's the least I can do. Well?
Don't suppose you could let me out of here?
Huh? I can't do that. Hey, don't you go getting any funny ideas. If you try to escape, I'll have to shoot you. I've said too much. I gotta go.
The Johnny Chronicles are long and winding. Now our bar is full, and we have our cigarettes. I missed it because I didn't hit the button, but you can get the... Well, there's a number of places you get the code, but you can see the Sorrow holding up 14475 across a bunch of sequences, which does that.
Bastard!
God dang it. I actually got chopped up by Johnny. How embarrassing. Johnny is not playable in 4, but he is in 4. We will, we'll get to that, obviously.
Did you manage to escape?
Yeah, I'm out.
Be careful. In your present state, you're practically naked. You don't have a single decent weapon, and you'll never survive in a battle. Take some time and pull yourself together. Eva says she's recovered your equipment, so rendezvous with her as soon as possible to get your gear back. Use the escape route Eva set up for you. Go down into the sewers through the manhole in the northwest section of Groznygrad. Start out by exiting the holding cells and heading northwest.
I think if you just punch Johnny out here, there's a very good chance he'll wake up and set the alarm off if you spend too long gathering everything up here. Since we hit him with the SIGs, obviously he's down for a while. I gotta reorient itself. Going that away. That's normal for Johnny. I'm not actually sure how you're supposed to get something rotten into that sequence, unless it's via, like, abuse of, like, changing the clock. So you... none of these are CQC compatible, are they? Like, if you change the system clock and, make it so a heap of time has passed. Could, like, rot something in your inventory, but otherwise, because you don't have anything, you can't, like, prepare rotten food for that scene. Oh, does he?
Snake, you're really gonna feel the cold with no clothes on.
The Major's right. You'll burn stamina a lot faster when you're naked. Be sure to eat regularly.
Snake, now that you've lost even your CQC knife, you won't be able to use CQC. You won't be able to grab or throw enemies either. You can still throw punches by pressing the CQC button and launch combos by pressing it several times in a row. That'll have to do for now.
I'm sad the fork isn't CQC compatible. Tactical fork. In this, yes. In later games, no. But you could very much argue that in later games, it's Snake further developing the CQC technique. Huh? That's the cleanest Groznygrad escape I've ever had, I think. No alerts.
Snake, you're already in the sewers?
Eva. Yeah, I just got down here. I'm coming to meet you now. The door at the north end is open, right?
Snake?
Let me guess. There's a problem.
Yeah.
What is it this time?
The Colonel found out you escaped.
He did, huh? I figured as much.
Yeah, and now all of Groznygrad is on red alert.
Just my luck. But once I'm out of the fortress...
You can't get out.
I can't?
When the fortress went on red alert, they sealed off the sewers.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm serious. And that means the escape
What?
laid out is
sealed off.
No, is this real? Or Axis? Tsukihime Remake. Tell me that's real.
Down here?
Uh-huh. They'll be there any minute now. You've got to get out quick.
But isn't the exit sealed off?
You should be able to get out by heading straight north. Book it, Snake. If they find you, you're dead.
Sorry, that is very unrelated to Metal Gear. But, I'm assuming that was at the end of the first episode of, Grand Order Phantasm? Carnival, whatever it's called. Okay, no, that's a Famitsu post. That is definitely real, then. Sorry, give me a moment. This is kind of a big deal. This is kind of an insanely huge deal. Sorry, this is really unrelated to Metal Gear. I do apologize. This is this is ridiculously huge news. The Tsukahime remake has been memed about for like 20 plus years. The only sad thing is it's a console release, so it's Red on Newer rather than base. But does Type Moon even do eroge anymore? I don't think they do. What was the last visual novel they did? Witch on the Hill? That wasn't 18 plus, right? 8 Grand Carnival, that's the one. There we go. The FGO Carnival Phantasm. Alright, I'll get back to the video game we're all here to see. Sorry, this is... I'm a Pipe Moon nerd of old. This is big news. The question is, will it get translated? Because they still haven't translated Stay Night, Witch on the Hill, Hollow Ataraxia. Like, none of their visual novels are actually translated. So, it might not. Well, from what I've always heard, you would probably know better than me, Araxis, because you're actually involved in the scene, but, from what I've always heard, the reason Stay Night's never been done is the licensing cost is set obscenely high. See, my contacts, like, I could probably dig up Alicesoft-related information, but not, not Type Moon. Sorry, I realize most people here probably aren't too into Type Moon or Tsukahime, but that's a kind of a big deal for me. Oh man, this should be the death of Isn't It Sad Sachin.
I've been waiting for this. Nobody interfere. This is where it ends. Snake! Don't die on me yet.
Now things get weird. Links are allowed, but I got you. I already have them.
Are you one of the Cobras?
Sad. So sad. A host of sorrows. And you are one of them. I am the sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness.
This world is one of sadness. Battle brings death. Death brings sorrow. The living may not hear them. Their voices may fall upon deaf ears. But make no mistake, the dead are not silent. Now you will know the sorrow of those whose lives you have ended.
So we're talking specifically about Tsukahime characters here. So they don't appear in Fate stuff. I should do Battle Moon Wars. Spooky. Oh, wait, hang on. Ah, there he is. So, hang on, we'll stop for a second. If you remember, I set this up last night, and I made a big point about it. We killed a guy on the mountain. We had a vulture eat his flesh. We then killed the vulture and ate the vulture. It's one of those insane things that the game keeps track of. Normally we don't get to see it, because you have to kill someone to trigger it. Yeah, so if you've been a murder hobo, this place is full, as the Sorrow says. Everybody you've killed comes to take their vengeance on you here. So on a no-kills run, it's just the bosses. And I call bullshit on that anyway, because they blow themselves up. You don't kill them. Grandpa! Now, you remember that spooky, scary skeleton I pointed out at the start of the game, and I told you to remember that for later? Wait, why is the camera still active? What is this? Very clever trick.
Boss, you have to shoot me.
I can't.
Shoot me. You want to finish your mission, don't you? Then you'll have to shoot me. The spirit of the warrior will always
someday.
Not so much, Fab, just that the boss cares for Snake and that what she was asked to do is, well, as Vulcan said, death for a soldier. Also, just in general, she finds the torture
Snake,
distasteful.
Are you alright? That was a close call.
What the hell happened to me?
You were halfway drowned at the bottom of the river. Almost crossed over to the other side.
Other side? So that really was.
Something on your mind, Snake?
Major, was there a man in the Cobra unit called the Sorrow?
Yes, I've heard of him. He was an uncanny soldier who fought alongside the boss.
What kind of man was he?
The Sorrow was a man with, well, special powers. He had ESP, which was the subject of extensive research in the Soviet Union at the time. He was especially gifted as a medium.
A medium?
Someone who can communicate with the spirit world and evoke the spirits of the dead. In other words, he could talk to ghosts. They say he could find out what was going on in a battle by talking to dead soldiers.
What about him and the boss? What was the story between them?
I don't know the details. Why don't we ask Sigurd?
Yo, I finished checking up on this Sorrow guy a while ago. Thought you guys already knew, though.
Knew what?
That he's dead. He's been dead for 2 years now.
Died 2 years ago?
At Selino-Yarsk. You know, those cliffs you were at. And the boss is the one who did him in.
The boss?
Yep. 2 years ago, the boss was sent by the CIA on a secret mission to Selino-Yarsk. That's when she met the Sorrow, who'd gone back to the Soviet Union after the Cobras broke up at the end of the war. Except this time they were enemies.
And then what?
The boss killed the Sorrow herself and accomplished her mission. At least, that's what the records say.
So, he was never there in the first place. He just couldn't let go of the boss.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah, I'm fine. It looks like it's not time for me to die yet.
I sure hope not. Otherwise, the whole mission is shot. We're counting on you, pal.
Roger that. Eva?
Snake, you didn't call. I was worried. Are you all right?
Yeah, I took a pretty freaky detour.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Forget it. Let's just say I'm back.
Good. But how did you escape from the sewers?
I jumped into the river.
From all the way up there? You're out of control.
Yeah, I got carried away by the current and almost drowned.
Great. That's perfect.
What do you mean that's perfect?
I mean, if you ended up in the river, then I know a good spot nearby. Let's meet up there.
Where is it?
Keep going upstream until you get to a waterfall.
A waterfall, huh?
Right. Behind that waterfall, there's a cave. We'll meet in there.
The cave behind the waterfall upstream. Got it.
See you there.
Right, now this is where that transmitter decision comes into play. Having left the transmitter in, we're automatically pushed into caution mode, and there's guards crawling all over this place. Normally, there wouldn't be. Normally, this is just a straight shot up to the cave. I very, very, very rarely leave the transmitter in, so I actually don't know the guard positions or patrols or any of that for this, so this is gonna get a little dicey, actually. Guards? Where you at? Ah, there they are. If you pull it out at this point, like, the area's already in transmitter mode, so the guards won't just, like, despawn. But obviously, if you've got this far, you might as well go all the way and get the bonus sequence for getting to the cave with the transmitter still in. As I said, I don't normally do this way, so I'm really not familiar with what the best way to handle this situation is.
What? Who's that?
Am I screwed?
Who's that?
We can just hustle at this point. Eva just doubling our kill count there.
Nice to meet you.
Not literally, but...
I'm Tatiana. Here's your equipment.
Eva, you could use a towel.
So could you.
Yeah, it's a nice touch that she shoots the guards on her way in. It doesn't just ignore the fact that the guards are there now. That's a nice little touch. That's not the actual bonus sequence we're looking for. Don't worry. Actually, this is a perfect time to go grab myself a drink. Oh, damn. It's going to progress. No, well, forget I was going to go get myself a drink, but no. Movie sequence first.
Want some?
No thanks.
Don't like snakes?
Not for dinner.
Didn't you have to eat them at the KGB?
In my training, we always got the good stuff. French, Italian, that kind of thing.
A regular Mata Hari.
The least you could do is call me Cynthia.
Tell me something. How does it feel to spy on your own country?
I can't say it feels good, but it's my job.
Can't even eat a snake during a mission, huh?
I wouldn't mind eating you. When this mission's over, you'll have to treat me to a nice dinner.
What do you want to eat?
Let's see. How about sushi?
Sushi?
It's Japanese. I hear it's all the rage right now. Supposedly it's made from raw fish.
Raw fish? Just the place for my survival techniques.
Snake? Thank you, Snake. I'll be your eyes from now on.
I'm searching and I'm melting to you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
Thank you, Snake.
Don't worry about it.
Are you all right?
It's not like I can't see. I've got one good eye and can still fire a gun.
Really? Good. Snake, come here for a minute.
This is the bonus scene.
There's something in here. It's so hard.
Oh. When did it get like that?
Hold still. Let me do it.
You know, I've been trained to do this kind of thing myself.
Just relax and let me handle it.
Okay.
I can't believe how small it is.
Yeah, but it gets the job done.
Really? Here, lift up your hips.
Like this?
Yeah. How's that?
You're pretty good at that.
Yeah, everybody tells me that. Hold steady, I'm not done yet. There, a transmitter.
Is that how they do it in the KGB?
Sometimes. Would you rather I did it American style?
But how'd you know there was a transmitter lodged there? That's some female intuition you've got. Eva, didn't you steal some explosives out of the fortress?
C3, a highly potent explosive from the west. It can be molded into any shape, like clay. With just this much, you could blow up the Shagohod and the lab along with it.
Is that right?
Yeah, but there's a trick to using it.
Tell me about it.
Well, what do you think? The Shagohod's booster unit uses liquid fuel. The fuel tanks are in the main wing of the weapons lab in the hangar housing the Shagohod itself.
So I should blow up the tanks.
That's the basic idea. It should be enough to blow up the entire hangar. There are 4 fuel tanks. In order to destroy the hangar, you'll have to set explosives on each of those tanks.
All 4 of them?
It should be no sweat for you. Besides, the scientists had the day off today.
So the hangar's completely deserted.
Not quite. They've still got guards posted there.
So what do I do after I set the C3?
The bombs run off a timer. Once the timer has been set, the countdown will begin. When the timer reaches 0, the bombs will all go off at once.
How long do I have?
20 minutes. Once the Phase 2 trials are finished, I wouldn't be surprised if they kill all the scientists to prevent them from talking. So you've got to act fast.
I'll take care of it. Eva, did you get the data on the Shagohod from Sokolov?
Yeah, that's the mission I was given.
By Khrushchev?
Mm-hmm. America doesn't have any use for it, does it? But I haven't forgotten my other mission either. Helping you out. Follow this cave and go up the ladder at the end. You'll come out inside Groznygrad, just southwest of the weapons lab. Do you remember when you went to rescue Sokolov? Remember there was a locked door when you entered the main wing from the second floor of the east wing?
Yeah.
That's the entrance to the Shagohod's hangar. Use this key to open that door.
The door right when I entered the main wing? Got it. What about you?
I'll get things ready for our escape. There's a rail bridge to the north. I'm gonna set a bomb there, so I'm taking half of the C3 with me.
Right. I'll set off the weapons lab then. Try not to be in the neighborhood when it happens.
Gotcha.
And watch out for Ocelot. He suspects you're not who you say you are.
Don't worry. The Colonel still trusts me. And I have my ways. There's not a man alive who can resist my charms. Besides you, of course.
I'm just warning you, Eva. That's all.
I know. Okay, let's go.
You seem like you were born on one of those.
If I didn't ride every day, I couldn't go on living.
Huh?
When I'm riding, the wind hits me so hard that it hurts. That pain keeps my mind off the pain of having to be someone else. It's not easy always fooling myself like this. It's only when I'm on the bike that I'm free to be the real me. I only get off my bike when I fall in love or fall dead.
What's your name?
Tatiana.
No. Your real name.
What's wrong with Tanya?
Okay, Tanya. Don't let anyone see you. Huh?
Oh, this? It's a button camera.
What did you do that for?
Insurance. To make sure you don't double-cross me.
Hey.
What?
You're gonna get wet again.
Right. Can we actually go back out this way? We'll take just a quick look around here, because we skipped over this place pretty much entirely trying to avoid the guards. There isn't a lot out here, but it is a unique area that you only get to during this sequence. I did miss the Kabuki mask earlier. Huh, there you go. I forgot to pick it up when we're in the... Not that we ever use it, but I forgot to pick it up when we're in the Brandon Research Facility. It's in the ducting. Again, not that we use it. Like I said, fork is amazing. Also, it is now a CQC enabled fork. sort of ironically, probably wouldn't fly amongst this crew, Nova, with Rajdonovich and Volgan. The bad guys that are trying to nuke the world are probably actually reasonably progressive. But yeah, it's just a little jungle area here. If you come here without the transmitter, the area isn't crawling with guards, so you're free to sort of plod around. Also, we need to redo our inventory. Knife, fork, gas, hanky. Don't need the SAA. Don't need all the bud. Hush puppy. Give me the nugget. Fork gun. Fork gun. Indeed. LF meds. Oh. We do have a lot of LF meds, actually. Not bad. Unfortunately, we lose our awesome food supply. Also, I was going to take a short break before the movie sequence started, and I mistimed things. I'm going to go grab myself a drink to ring in a New Year's with, because I've just been on coffee so far. I'm going to go make myself a gin. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. myself a drink. Cheers, everybody. Happy New Year. Kampai, Skal, whatever cheers is in your language. Nastrovia? I'm not familiar with that one. I am drinking Roku gin. It's a Japanese gin. I am quite fond of it. Goeie Prost, I know that one. Slauncha, not familiar with that. Gaelic, yeah, that'd be right. I should have guessed. See, it's like my direct family doesn't really drink much at all. My dad doesn't drink at all, and my nan only has a very, very occasional glass of wine. Hang on, Gero Gero. Where was the Gero Gero? Does it work with every Gero Gero? We'll try. Go in the box. Unfortunately, not Snake Eater Take 2. I believe shooting every single frog doll gives you something, but I've never been bothered. That's a lot of work. Now, if there's any tank nerds out there, I don't know if Legatus is watching at the moment, but we have a mass production run of Object 279 anti-nuclear bomb tanks. They're experimental tanks that were never produced in this kind of quantity. The weird UFO design of the body is to help it not get knocked over from blast waves from nuclear bombs. This is now educational stream. They're, hence the Object 279 name, they are weird experimental tech. There should not be 8 of them sitting here. But since Volgin has access to the Philosopher's Legacy, he has all the money he could want. I'm pretty sure there was at least one of them. Yeah, even if it was just a design doc, again, Volgin, as I said, has the Philosopher's Legacy, so he has more money than God, and can produce anything he wants, basically.
On the double. Who's that?
Who? What? Who saw me? Oh, I forgot about the guard towers. We can't really mess with these guys like we could in MGS2, unfortunately. Yeah, now everything goes extremely tits up. Thanks for the follow there, Alex Magic. Welcome to the Metal Gear Marathon. Now there is a thing enabled there, and you sort of almost got the appropriate timing for that, but the minimum required for it to make a noise is 10 bits. I do feel sort of bad about that, but like if I left it at 1 bit, people could just spam it to hell and back.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
It's not meant to be like a way to like, oh, spend more bits, because like 10 bits is just 10 cents.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
That one. Thank you, Kuro.
What's wrong?
Oh yeah.
What the? Huh? Is somebody there?
Yeah, the extra notifications were just something I set up in hopes that people would get some fun out of them. Now we are incredibly suspicious scientists. We are eye patch headbands, glasses. We are either the most blind person ever, totally normal scientist, man. Don't worry about it. Now, as I was saying earlier, there's something important in here. Sneaking suit.
Canceling the alert.
Snake, I see you've managed to sneak into the hangar.
Yeah, the Shagohod's in here.
The completed Phase 2 Shagohod represents a grave threat to the West. We can't allow it to be mass-produced. You've got to destroy it.
Eva's got the data on the Shagohod. Do you think that's safe?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it's safe, but Khrushchev is a shrewd leader. I can't imagine he'd use it for anything other than deterrence. Volgin, however, is a different story. He's planning to use the Shagohod to turn the Cold War into a blazing hot one. We can't let him have it.
Agreed.
That leaves just one more mission for you to carry out.
The boss.
Exactly. For now, just focus on destroying the Shagohod.
Yes, sir.
I'll let Sigint fill you in on how to destroy it.
Yo, like Eva was saying, if you're looking to blow the whole place sky high, the best way is to take out those liquid fuel tanks with the C3. You know there's 4 tanks in there, right? You have to put C3 on all 4 of them. To plant a C3 charge, all you gotta do is equip the C3 and press the weapon button while standing in front of a tank.
Just like TNT.
But make sure you don't plant it in the wrong place. You barely got enough C3 as it is, right?
Good point. I'll make sure not to plant it anywhere else.
Good, man. And be careful. Liquid fuel has a nasty habit of going off at the slightest shock. So don't go using any heavy firepower near the tanks unless you're aiming to get yourself barbecued.
I'll keep that in mind.
The C3 charges all have to go off at once if you want to bring down the hangar in one fell swoop. So if I were you, I'd wait until after you plant the last charge to start the timer mechanism.
All right. I'll make sure I finish planting all 4 charges before I start the timer.
Once the timer's set, you've got 20 minutes until it explodes, right? So make sure you get your ass out of that place by then. I think that's about all I've got. The rest is up to you. Good luck, pal.
We're counting on you, Snake.
Yeah, we did the box conversation in the first part. Now, if I recall correctly, and I might not, the sneaking suit, I believe, has damage reduction. But ironically, is not actually that great for sneaking. Now this is something I noticed. In the movie sequence, it said that everyone has a day off except for the guards. Yet there are... maintenance boys still here. Well, how did that not set the entire area alarm off?
What's wrong?
Ah, I thought that was the actual codec. Thanks, Steve. Welcome to Metal Gear Sans Metal Gear. Since I don't really count the Shagohod as a Metal Gear. See ya, Murray. Enjoy. This is effectively me celebrating New Year's right now. I've got some drink. I've got some Metal Gear. It's good times.
Huh? Who's that? Huh?
We're actually concerningly low on Mark 22 bullets. I'm from Australia land. It's already New Year's here.
Snake?
Eva.
I finished planting the bomb on the rail bridge. If we get rid of the bridge, the enemy won't be able to follow us. That should at least buy us some time. I've also set up the escape route. How are things going on your end?
I just finished planting the second charge. Give me a little more time.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you at the bridge.
Yeah, I've got to say, 2021, off to a better start than 2020. Tsukihime remake. Also, I mean, for me personally, I'm ringing in the new year with one of my all-time favorite video games, so can't complain about that.
Got you this time. Major, I finished planting the C3. I'm on my way out now.
Hurry, Snake. Is Eva taking care of the escape route?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
She can handle it.
All right then, well hurry up and get out of there.
Snake!
Why'd you come back?
We lost 7 minutes in there somehow. Oh, the GSSR's up for FGO? I should probably look into that. Oh, do you mean the JP servers, Sion? That would make sense.
This woman was found snooping around my underground vault. When she was captured, look what we found on her. The Philosopher's Legacy. This microfilm contains all the information regarding the Legacy. You might say that this film itself is the Philosopher's Legacy.
It was the smell that gave her away. No, not the perfume. It was gasoline. Motorcycle gasoline. She reeked of it.
To think that lovely Tatiana was a spy. We found this radio along with her too. Such a fine woman she was. It almost pains me to have to kill her. Yes, she was an obedient one. She was my precious little pet. Ah! Isn't that right? What was that? Do you have something to say to me?
Go to hell.
You dirty whore. I've had enough kisses from you. I should have known. Sokolov wasn't man enough to have a lover like that. Just like the KGB to send something so beautiful, yet so deadly.
What is the Philosopher's Legacy?
Very well. I'll explain it before I kill you. During the last Great War, the most powerful men in America, China, and the Soviet Union had a secret pact. The pact was a blueprint for defeating the Axis powers and creating a new world order. To secure victory in the war, the three countries pooled their resources to conduct the most covert types of operations and research. The atomic bomb, rocket technology, the Cobra unit. And they amassed an enormous sum of money to fund these projects. Enough to fight the war 5 times over. That wealth is the philosopher's legacy. After the war was won, the 3 countries were to divide the philosopher's legacy amongst themselves. This explains why the United States and the Soviet Union were able to steal away the best scientific minds in Germany as soon as the war ended. But our great motherland has far surpassed its pathetic rivals. We possess enormous wealth, the most advanced technology, and overwhelming power, assets fitting of our great country. My father was one of the men in charge of managing the philosopher's legacy. In the confusion that ensued after the war ended, he devised a series of ingenious plots to ensure that the Soviet Union would have total control over the legacy. The money was divided up and laundered through banks all over the world. Switzerland, Australia, and Hong Kong. This microfilm contains a record of all those transactions. After my father's death, I learned of this secret and obtained the microfilm. With this money and the support of Brezhnev and his allies, I built this fortress of Groznygrad and Granin's research facility. But that worthless fool Granin failed to produce results. I was forced to turn to Khrushchev's dog Sokolov and his invention, the Shagohod. My position in GRU made it too troublesome to attack Sokolov's facility directly. But the spy network established by the secret pact still existed. I used it to contact the boss and suggested that she defect. The boss was conniving enough to see things my way. The world was once one, but the conflict between the philosophers has torn it in 2. We will use the legacy to heal that rift and make the world whole again. To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring order to the world. That trump card was to be the Shagohod and the Cobra unit. I have lost the Cobras, but I still have the Shagohod and the legacy. There is nothing America can do to stop us. Boss, take this someplace safe. Take good care of it.
He wouldn't have come waltzing back in here unless he had a reason. The C3's been stolen. He must be planning some sort of sabotage. I'll go see if there are any surprises waiting for us. I'll dispose of her as well. Leave everything to me. Fight like a warrior, Volgan.
But of course.
Let me face him. I've been waiting for this moment. Time to get even. No more judo, and no more field strips.
Enough of this. He's mine. You will stand right there and watch. Got it?
Please, Colonel, let me...
Silence! Huh? Sorry for the delay. Let's get started, shall we? This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Let's make it a good one. It's just you and me now. And I'm gonna enjoy this. Snake!
Alright, we'll try for a little bit to do this fight properly, and then we'll activate the cheese. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it does not like frogs.
Judo, eh?
Poor frog.
Here it comes! Let's see you dodge this one!
Don't let him beat you.
Die! Fire on!
This trivializes this fight. This is where the hanky of doom comes from. The hanky, by the way, is CQC compatible. The Sig Spray does work, but the hanky's more funny.
Get it!
The Sig Spray is much safer, because you don't have to get as close.
Shoot him! Do you hear me? I said shoot him!
Sorry, Colonel. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't?
I made a promise to the boss.
Silence! I am your commanding officer. Are you questioning my authority?
Fight like a man, Volgin.
Volgin?
Emergency. Explosives have been detected. All non-EOD personnel must evacuate immediately.
Ocelot, find those bombs!
Repeat. Explosives have been detected. All non-EOD personnel must evacuate immediately.
Move it!
Huh.
Ready for some more, Snake?
Round 2. Fight!
Time to die!
This is where I may use LF meds. Speaking of Praise the Sun, I should do the Bank Souls trilogy at some point. We've done Bloodborne and Demon Souls, but we've never done the big meme games.
Let's see how you like this!
OLF Mets. Mother of all of them. Not quite, Phil. You're getting ahead of us. A couple of days ahead. Arguably a more entertaining and engaging villain than Volgin. But Volgin's not sort of the main point of this game. Everybody else is.
Repeat, all personnel evacuate.
Faster! This way! Everybody run! It's gonna blow! I'm out of here! Let's get out of here quick! Hurry! We're all gonna die! Hurry up! Evacuate!
Hop in.
Now, the advantage of this not being a no deaths run anymore is this is substantially less obnoxious.
Don't give up! Get moving!
Eva, how did you?
The boss let me go.
The boss? But why?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we've got to get to the lake and escape.
We can't leave yet. I've still got one last job to do.
The boss is already at the lake.
Huh?
She's at the lake. She's waiting for you there.
Waiting for me?
I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. I don't want you to fight her. But I've come to realize that there's a special relationship between you two. Something I can't understand, something that goes beyond a man and a woman. I envy you. Really, I do. But I guess I just can't understand it. She asked me to tell you something. I've never seen someone with such clear eyes. There. I said it. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Right. This is where we get out the big boy. I suppose we would normally get out the big boy here anyway if you're dealing with the Shagahog. But because this is not a murder hobo run, but not a no kills run now. We can just
There they are! Ah! They're over here!
sling missiles.
Watch out!
I really enjoyed the first Neo. I haven't played the second beyond the demo. But since all the DLC is now out for it, I will be doing it very early this year, I think.
Look up ahead!
Ah! Over there! Stop that! You're over here! You're not going anywhere!
Sorry, I'm gonna have a little trouble following the chat during this sequence. There's a lot of action happening very quickly. Just casually tossing around his Object 279s, which are so expensive that Russia didn't actually produce them. Remnant Rise from the Ashes, I have not. That was fairly recent, right?
I can't shake him.
RPG can't put a dent in that armor.
Let's head for the rail bridge.
Bridge? I thought you rigged it with C3.
I did. We'll lure him onto the bridge.
Blow him up along with it. Good plan.
The bridge is on the other side of the runway. We'll have to cut through the middle of the base. You ready?
Step on it. If he catches up to us, we're done for.
Okay, here we go.
This chase sequence sucks on a no kills run. One of the two sort of advantages of accidentally having that guy drown. So we got to see the vulture thing. Yeah, I know the Cold War makes them... It either stops them from shooting or makes them hesitate for a while. But it's still just not fun. Pepperoni is Chinese Type 17. Also, as a man who's primarily ridden a motorbike for the last 15 years of my life, this shit would be impossible. I give you the bikes they're riding, well, the bike he's riding is much more stable. They were big, heavy bikes. But still, like, the skill it would be required.
There they are!
How bad is the backblast on an RPG? That reminds me, I've always wanted to play, what is it? Rising Storm Vietnam? That's the backblasty game, right? As for recoilless rifles, we get Carl Gustav. In Peace Walker, I'm pretty sure, is where you first get the Carl Gustav. And then Logan's like, oh wait, it's a super accelerator tank. Yeah, I've heard from a number of sources that the DLC for Code Vein was really disappointing. That is also on the to-play list still. I've had that sitting in my shelf for a long time. Actually, a source whose opinions I trust pretty damn well said the DLC was really bad, so that is a statement I'd be willing to definitely believe. Trying to lead the shots too much. What? Shut. Didn't come out. Trophies are a non-issue for me. I don't ever go for trophies in games. Does not interest me. Random ass wig just sitting on the runway here.
I've got a surprise for you. You won't be getting away this time.
Boosty.
Son of a bitch!
The other weapon to use here would be the Scorpion. pork and cabbage dumplings does sound pretty damn good. I don't think this actually does anything hill. But I'm doing it anyway. Didn't feel a thing.
We've only got one chance. We'll lure him over towards the other side. When the Shagohod is on the bridge, shoot the explosives. The bomb is planted on the strut of the bridge. Let's go. I planted 2 C3 charges. More to the right. Shoot! Only one more left. The Shagohod's not there yet. Let it come closer. It's still too early. The Shagohod's not here yet. Let it come closer. It's here! We did it!
It's over.
Look!
It's not over yet!
I'm not finished yet!
Eva, you take care of the driving.
Yeah?
Yeah, I trust you. On one condition, though, leave the fighting to me.
You got it. I was getting tired of running away anyway.
Eva, let's do it.
For luck.
Here goes.
I'd say Rex is probably more powerful. I mean, Rex has lasers for one. Yeah, Rex can fight, but its armament is just designed as anti-personnel to allow it to continue operating, like, under enemy fire. Yeah, the high power water cutter on Ray, but I mean it's not a laser, sure, but it's effectively a laser. Ray is designed as a brawler, however. Ray's purpose is as defensive armament for Arsenal. It's anti-Metal Gear Metal Gear. Unlimited ammo.
Did we beat him?
No.
Rex is my favorite design, but they're all great. Except Sahelanthropus. I'm not a fan of
I'm gonna lure it
Sahelanthropus.
back here.
You're gonna use yourself as bait? Are you insane?
I'm used to this guy. I know how to handle him.
Come on, you blockhead!
I forget the solution to this part. Is it just nugget? Nugget, nugget, nugget? That's not the nugget. That is very much not the nugget.
Open fire!
Oh boy! Does this count as behind? Yeah, too slow.
I can't move!
This will count as behind, but way too slow. Oh, come on, really? Asshole.
I'll grind you into dust!
I dodged the fucking missile. I dodged a Shagahod, and then I get homing missiled and
Burn in hell! I can't move! The tread! You're wasting your ammo!
oh, it wasn't far enough to count as a back off. Oh, really? I need to pull some bullets out of me. Dirty ointment, dirty ointment.
What have you done?
Eva!
It can't be. Fire! Open fire!
Oh, interesting. That grenade doesn't actually disrupt his treads. It just annoys him. No step on snack.
Didn't feel a thing. I'll grind you into dust.
Hey, didn't count.
A tread. I'll grind you into dust.
Got him.
Snake! Who's afraid of a little thunder?
You need to take some lessons from Pajama Sam there. Actually, no, I suppose the lesson of Pajama Sam was that thunder and lightning was not so frightening. Whereas, in this case... Hey, New Year's fireworks, yeah.
Fried by a bolt of lightning. A fitting end.
It's all the ammo belts around his chest that are going off. The ammo's cooking off.
No time for this now. The escape craft is just up ahead. Let's get going.
I believe these hollow platforms are actually real things. But like most experimental technology, not practical in the real world. Because of the amount of fuel required to maintain their flight.
There they are! Don't let them get away!
Triple kill! Actually, 6, technically, because they're double rider bikes. Yeah, doing this non-lethal is unpleasant. It's a bit of a downer to end a run on, I'll be honest. So the accidental drowning did work out for us in some ways. As I said, the no kills is mostly just a matter of pride for me. This is probably a lot more entertaining to watch.
It's an ambush!
They're not going anywhere. Stop them!
I was gonna say one day we should do like a full murder hobo run, but that's actually makes things harder. Okay. Slinging rockets in this area does not work so good. So we will use the enemy's tech against them. I don't remember, does this game have a big boy machine gun? That'd be kind of fun to break out here.
She's alive.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the M60. Wait, it's not in the... You're not talking about the supply hut in the end's boss fight, are you? Oh, Mikey boys. Micro Russians from Mars. Watch, somehow I'll get the Street Sharks reference in here too, and then it'll really be the 90s. Fucking tree. This is why we don't use the rockets against the Hulkery boys.
Here comes the jump. Hold on tight. Yeah. What do you think of that? Not bad, huh?
Looks like they finally gave up.
Don't start celebrating yet. We're leaking fuel.
Damn it. Tank shot up. Crap. Eva!
I'm over here. Snake. How's it look?
Pretty bad.
Not a sensitive bone in your body.
Eva,
What about you, Snake?
I'm fine.
That's good to hear.
We have to get away from here, Eva. Let's go.
Leave me.
Eva!
The boss is waiting for you. You have to go. Give me a gun.
No, we're getting out of here.
We're still far away from the lake. I'll never make it.
I can't believe this.
Uh-huh.
I never thought I'd see you act this weak.
What do you mean?
Listen to me, Eva. We're doing this together.
No, you...
Eva, I need you.
Say that one more time.
I need you. I can't fly the wig by myself.
All right, then. I guess I'd better help you out. Oh. You're lucky to have me. No.
Snake, can you hear me?
Paramedic. Thank God. Eva's been seriously hurt.
So have you.
Luckily, I think her organs are all intact, but...
Calm down, Snake.
Calm down.
You'll both be fine as long as you get the proper emergency treatment. But you're the only one who can do this. Understand? So you've got to calm down.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now let's open up the survival viewer and treat the injury. Do you have supplies with you?
I'm running kind of short.
Then by switching the survival viewer over to Eva, you can treat her wounds too. Now get to work. Oh, and Snake, I'm pretty sure you know this already, but if you don't have enough supplies for the both of you, your wounds come first.
Huh?
Do you get my meaning, Snake? You've still got a mission to complete.
Yeah. I know what I have to do.
Snake?
Like this.
Yeah, probably would have been better to leave the stick in, but I also don't know if he would have been able to break it off the tree. It looked like a pretty serious branch. I suppose, yeah, he'd saw through it with his knife or something. What do we got? Cut. Big cut. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I think so.
Here. It's different from the Mauser. When you're using a two-hand grip, you have to be careful where you put your hands or your fingers will get burned by the exhaust gas from the cylinder gap.
Right. Where were we? Patch ourselves up as well. Viewer info. So we can scroll down her medical history and you can see some interesting wounds. Like that one. And if we go to FUD, I think we can. Can you see Eva's
This
FUD?
tastes like crap.
Oh, just the injuries. Alright, never mind.
Snake, are you alright?
I've been better.
What about Eva?
I healed her up. She can manage.
Good.
Snake, you'll take the lead and break through the enemy's line of defense. Eva will ordinarily be following behind you. If you lie on your belly, she'll lie down as well. If you slip and fall off a cliff, she'll follow right behind. You can call out to Eva by pressing the action button. Head to the lake along with Eva.
I thought that was the case, Badger Bear. Not sure if mad. Ah. No, not viewer. Food history. There we go. Tsuchinoko and shark fin soup. You can indeed catch a Tsuchinoko in this. It's a real screw about, but you absolutely can. Hey there, Alex, how's it going? This is the HD PS3 version. We will be switching to a PS2 for the Secret Theater stuff after the end of the main game. Now I've got to not get lost. I always lose my way. Insert killer kill song here. Come on! Oh, god damn it. Holy shit! She fucking owned him! Jesus, girl. Fell out of mobile stance. Follow me. Come on. need to employ game speak? Speaking of things 2021 style, I'm quite interested to see how Soulstorm turns out.
Snake, the lake is just over that cliff. Eva should be able to climb it if you help her. Keep her close to you.
Yes, MGS4 will be starting tomorrow. I'll go over that at the end of the stream, but I have work tomorrow night, so we'll be starting a bit late. But yeah, we'll be starting MGS4 tomorrow night. Ah, there's psychic in this section? I see. That's unfortunate. God damn it, Eva. Keep up.
Where'd you go? I'm so hungry.
Get a move on. Here, get this in ya.
Yuck. What did you give me? I'm gonna puke. Yeah, I've lost my appetite.
Definitely hear something. Flush it out.
The cheaty goggles kind of break this.
Where can he be?
Who are you? Oh. Sorry, that was really messy. Oh, for sod's sake, Eva. It's a slight incline. Just keep walking.
Come on, Snake. We made it.
We made it.
Over there. It's the boss, isn't it? I'll go get the wig ready to take off.
Right.
I'll leave you two alone. But come back in one piece, okay? Promise me!
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss. Why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart. The Cobras, my comrades who trained and fought alongside me, were torn apart as well. The foibles of politics and the march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yesterday's ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together. Now, consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century. Somehow I doubt it. Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages, and we soldiers are forced to play along. I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then what is an enemy? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. It was November 1st, 1951. I was in the Nevada desert participating in atomic testing. The name Nevada is derived from Spanish, covered in snow, white as snow. And snow is exactly what I saw in that Nevada desert. It froze my blood white. Snake, you were an atomic test subject, weren't you? On Bikini Atoll. That's part of the reason I was drawn to you. You and I are alike. We're both slowly being eaten away by the karma of others. We'll never have the chance to die peacefully of old age. We have no tomorrow. But we can still have hope for the future. In 1960, I saw a vision of the ideal future from space. 3 years earlier, the Soviet Union had succeeded in launching Sputnik, the first man-made satellite in history, into orbit. This came as a huge shock to the United States. In response, America threw everything it had into its own manned spaceflight project, the Mercury program. Even as the Soviets seemed poised to send their first man into space, America was still experimenting with chimpanzees and rockets. The government wanted human data. So they secretly decided to send a human being into space. I was the one they chose. At the time, they didn't have the technology to block out cosmic rays, and whoever they sent up would inevitably be exposed to heavy radiation. That's why they chose me. After all, I'd already been irradiated once. Of course, you won't find any of this in the history books. I could see the planet as it appeared from space. That's when it finally hit me. Space exploration is nothing but another game in the power struggle between the US and the USSR. Politics, economics, the arms race, they're all just arenas for meaningless competition. I'm sure you can see that, but the Earth itself has no boundaries. No East, no West, no Cold War. And the irony of it is, the United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth. A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see. But reality continued to betray me. In 1961, I was sent to Cuba, to Bahia de Cochinos. It was part of a CIA-sponsored invasion under the guise of taking Cuban exiles back to their country. But the US government betrayed them. Our weak-kneed president held back their air support. Defenseless, the exiles were annihilated by the Cuban army. All I could do was watch in silence. I was set up by the very country I'd sacrificed so much for, by the very government I dedicated my life to defending. I was driven from the surface world, and I went underground. Then, 2 years ago, I faced the Sorrow, my old comrade in battle. He was my friend. But one of us had to die. I was left with no choice. The Sorrow gave his life for me. There is no enmity between us. One must live, and one must die. That was the mission. The ones who gave me that mission were the philosophers. Early in the 20th century, the true holders of power in the United States, the Republic of China, and the newly formed Soviet Union gathered together in a secret meeting that would later be known as the Wise Men's Committee. The secret pact they formed there marked the beginning of the philosophers. But the last of the original members died in the 1930s. After that, the organization began to run out of control, and the Wise Men's Committee degenerated into a mere shell of its former self. The philosophers of today have no sense of good or evil. Their influence extends to countries and organizations involved in every aspect of every war. They have become war itself. That's how they operate. The sacrifices of war cause a shift in the times. This shift leads to renewed conflict, and in turn triggers the next war. Like a nuclear chain reaction, each conflict sparks countless others, forming an endless spiral that will continue on for eternity. Do you understand what I'm saying, Snake? By consuming me and you, the philosophers intend to keep that cycle going forever. It was my father who explained all of this to me. He was one of them. You see, I am the last remaining child of the philosophers. But after he revealed the truth, my father was killed by that same shapeless, formless organization. And my father isn't the only thing the philosophers have taken from me. In June of 1944, the Cobras and I took part in the landing at Normandy. We'd been given a top-secret mission to locate and destroy enemy V-2 rocket installations. I was pregnant at the time. The Sorrow was the father. I gave birth on the field of battle. A beautiful baby boy. But my child was snatched away from me by the philosophers. Look at this scar. This is proof that I was once a mother. I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake. I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me. I feel content. Snake, Commence the operation. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, MiGs will come and bomb the hell out of this place. If you can beat me in less than 10 minutes, you'll be able to escape in time. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives, Jack.
Boss?
You're a soldier. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. Face me. Let's see what you're made of.
We will be delaying, yes. Ow, bollocks. Alright, maybe I should just stick to the trank gun. The movement on the nugget is too slow.
Here I come. Excellent, Jack.
Yeah, trank gun it is. The timing on countering her is... It's not super tight, but it's reasonably tight. And, that is correct, Blade. I don't remember if the games tell you that, or if it was, outside stuff. Problem is, I've read so much over the years.
I found you. You're better than I remember.
It is a nice touch that this returns to the static camera. You can't use the subsistence camera for this fight.
There you are. Brace yourself.
Damn.
Move or you're dead. There you are.
I don't believe you can use the free camera, it's just the static one. You can, like, shift it a bit, but it's the static camera from this fight. I'm pretty sure you, like, the change camera button doesn't do nothing.
Brace yourself.
Damn.
Heads up, Snake.
We are intentionally passing time here. A thing will happen at the 5-minute mark if you're unfamiliar. Don't spoil it for people that haven't seen this before.
Let's see what you're made of. Move or you're dead. Five more minutes.
Here we go.
Move or you're dead. Get ready. Run quick.
I've apparently just lost the timing completely?
You'd better run. You're not the man I thought. Pathetic. You better run.
I had the timing down. And I've just, like, completely lost it.
Get ready. Your skills have improved.
It's not a bad thing, it just means there's 5 minutes left before the end. And there you go, 3 more minutes.
Let's see what you're made of. Heads up, Snake.
Oh god, I'm actually dying. Didn't need to use the LF med, but better to be safe.
But you're so
Take this. Keep it safe. It's our only hope.
A patriot? Why are you giving me this?
Jack. Or should I say, Snake? You're a wonderful man. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it.
And while I say sending the boss in pregnant
There's only
is pretty
room for
ridiculous,
one boss
we then transition to
and
this,
one
which
snake.
is one of the most powerful scenes in the whole franchise. That would have been a good bit of, like, meta commentary if there was no way to actually get a no-kills run in the game. You were always credited with at least one kill, that of the boss. For next, we can't do Peace Walker in the marathon, unfortunately, it's too long. Peace Walker and V are just way too long.
Ready to go, Snake? Are you okay? Snake?
Yeah.
I told you you could trust me.
Ocelot! We're not done yet!
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Not good!
I picked up a few new moves. Huh. It doesn't feel right to shoot an unarmed man. But I'll get over it. Eva! What do you say to one last showdown?
Yeah, all right.
What's your name?
Snake.
No, not that name. You're not a snake,
And I'm not an ocelot. We're men with names. My name is Adamska. What's yours?
John.
Very well, John. Plain name. But I won't forget it. Come on!
Draw!
It's a blank. Oh, that was fun.
Literally just here to fuck with us.
Till we meet again, John.
Give me a hand! Whoa!
We made it.
Yeah, we sure did.
Oh no, Migs! There's no way out! What are we gonna do?
We've come too far to let them stop us now. Those things have got to be armed.
It's no use. There's no way we can outmaneuver them. They're gonna shoot us down. We were so close.
Weapon systems on.
Locked on target. I got towed.
You were great, Eva.
Huh?
Thanks.
Hulk 19, this is Control. Stand by for a direct order from the chairman. Volk 19, return to base immediately. Do you read me? This is a direct order from Comrade Khrushchev.
I love the bucket hats.
Return to base immediately. Volk 19, do you copy? Understood. Aborting mission. RTB.
Look! The MiGs are turning back!
Is Volk 19 voiced by Quentin Flynn?
Well done, Snake.
The MiGs disengaged.
Most likely under orders from Khrushchev.
Is this his way of helping us?
Who knows? Maybe he didn't want things to get messier than they already are. Or maybe he just wanted us to owe him one. The important thing is, you made it out alive. As long as Khrushchev is with us, I don't think they'll be coming after you. It should be smooth sailing all the way to Alaska. I'm sending someone out to Galena Base to meet you.
To meet me?
The DCI and the President himself are waiting at Langley. Don't keep them waiting.
Get ready for a whole heckload of movie sequence. But remember, we will also be doing the Secret Theater afterwards, so it's not over yet! Yeah, now if you got some popcorn, now is the time.
So what are you going to do now? Go back to the KGB?
What do you want me to do?
Did you ever think about coming back to America?
I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
But you saved this country.
I didn't do it alone.
And I still owe you a dinner.
Is that part of your mission too? Or is it an order? Or is it an invitation? Or a proposal? I don't take orders from anyone now.
Afraid
Scholars tell us that the first spy in history was the snake in the book of Genesis. In that story, it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. But this time around, it was I who tempted the snake and got away with the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Forgive me, Snake.
Good morning, Snake. I hope you slept well.
First of all, I have to apologize. I wasn't sent by Khrushchev. I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA.
I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China for the General HQ 2nd Department of the People's Liberation Army. It was all a lie. I tricked you. And I'm sorry.
The philosophers still exist in China, too. You see, my mission was to find out where Volgin was hiding the philosopher's legacy and steal it. So I infiltrated his base as a KGB spy. The 2 NSA codebreakers who defected in 1960 were actually both men. The real Adam never showed up at the meeting place, saving me the trouble of having to eliminate him. I sneaked in by pretending I was Eva. And you and Sokolov and Volgin, you all believed me. The philosopher's legacy was originally held in common between the US, Soviet Union, and China. We couldn't let the Russians and the Americans take it all for themselves. The Chinese government had its eye on the legacy, too. I got the film containing the legacy, and also the nuclear missile launch data from the Shagohod. 5 years ago, the Soviet Union stopped supplying us with nuclear weapons technology. Since then, China's Lianda and Easing hydrogen bomb and space rocket projects have fallen behind. But with this data, our country will be able to develop its own nukes. We'll create a deterrent force to rival those of the US and Soviet Union. Everything has gone according to plan, thanks to your help. I, too, am one of the philosophers. I'm an agent of the philosophers, a graduate of one of their charm schools. I was raised in a joint US-Soviet-Chinese facility to become a sleeper agent. This was before the war. Back then, they were collecting children from all over the world. As a result, I'm indistinguishable from a native-born American. So it didn't surprise me when you and Volgin couldn't tell the difference. But she knew right from the beginning. She knew because before the war, she was at one of the philosopher's schools too, as an instructor. The boss was the only one I couldn't fool. She was the only one who knew I was a fake. She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake. She wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. do it. Not because we loved each other. And not because you saved my life. But because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live. Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice. Because that was her duty.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss. You are a true patriot.
In the army. Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgin inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgin's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the US government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever. This, they concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. And she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death in your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory. Not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
'72 is too early. Isn't it?
Son, you've got a way to fall. They'll tell you where to go, but they won't know. Son, you'd better take it all. They'll tell you what they know, but they won't show. Oh, I've got something in my throat. I need to be alone while I suffer. Son, you've got a way to kill. They're picking on you still, but they don't know. They'll tell you what is yours, but they take mine. Oh, I've got something in my throat. I need to be alone while I suffer. Oh, there's a hole inside my bones. I need to stay afloat for the summer, Lord. I've got something in my throat. I need to be alone while I suffer. There's a hole inside my bones. I need to stay afloat for the summer sun. You better wait to fall. They'll tell you where to go, but they won't know.
Yes, Grozny Grad and the Granin Research Facility have both been wiped out without a trace. I understand, sir, but they were necessary sacrifices. Yes, the CIA has taken care of the boss themselves. I believe the White House will be satisfied. Khrushchev is finished. Your time has finally arrived. Yes, the American president is relying on us to keep a lid on the whole affair. We've got him by the balls. It should make a valuable trump card in future negotiations. Yes, Chief Director, of course. I'll keep the KGB informed. Yes, it's me. The boss has accomplished her mission. The philosopher's legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands. With this money, yes, the philosophers can finally be revived. The film we handed the Chinese was a fake. Peking must be in an uproar right about now. I'm afraid so. Only half the money has made it back to the United States. The KGB must still have part of the legacy. Yes, the weapon has been reduced to ashes. That's right. Grozny Grad has been obliterated by the Davy Crockett we brought in as well. Yes, that was the boss's work too. Speaking of which, I've obtained something from Granin that you might find interesting. It's a revolutionary new nuclear attack system. Perhaps it might just come in handy someday. Yes, we have Snake to thank for that. Khrushchev believed it as well. Yes, they bought our story. I don't think they'll be making a fuss. The secondary alert has been lifted as well. And the Soviets still haven't discovered my true identity. They have no idea that I've been triple-crossing them. I will continue my activities as a contact for the new government. Yes, it appears that no one knew that I was Adam. Of course, I'm always at the CIA's disposal, Mr. Director.
I don't even need to add the dun 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 there. It's got a good musical sting for it. Yeah, the Bond sting is just mwah. 106 people killed, and almost all of that from the final sequence. That's, by the way, that should let you know how fucking annoying that final sequence is to do with the tranquilizer. It's 104 knockouts, because we got 2 kills, 1 unintentional, the drowning, which is what flicked us into the kills run, then 1 that we fed to the Condor? That's a shame, Fab. We're about to do the Secret Theater, but if you're interested in seeing the Secret Theater, you're not going to miss any story. This is the point to bail out if you're done with the plot. This is where to pull out. If you're just trying to experience the story, we're going to do the Secret Theater stuff next, which is all just like fun comedy stuff. I was trying to do 0 LF meds, but I didn't want to reset the boss. We could have actually done 0 LF meds. We didn't need to use it in the end. No, we won't be doing any of the Ape Escape stuff. Just the secret. Seven continues. I think 5 or 6 of those were the Fury. There was one where we killed ourselves to try to reset the kill counter, but it didn't work. I've never actually played any of the Ape Escape games. I didn't have a DualShock controller for my PS1. Man, fuck, we made good time in was it 2018? Also, actually, it's not that much of a difference. It'd be, yeah, okay, we've been 10 minutes slower. I'm apparently very consistent looking at it. It is indeed 2021. It has been the new year for 5.5 hours. It is 5:30 a.m. in the morning. Alright, as I said, we'll switch over to a PS2 and we'll do the Secret Theater stuff. Stay with me a second while we shut all this down. Switch over to the PS2, which disc do we need for the Secret Theater? Disc 2, isn't it? Oh, sorry, give me a second. Don't need a HDMI, we need component. We need 2. Out of range? Bollocks to that. There she is. Yeah, because the Secret Theater stuff isn't in the HD edition. We're gonna go back. Assuming my PS2 wants to read the disc, she's been a bit finicky of late. Normally she's fine with legit discs, though. It's just she's been having issues with burnt discs. This is worrying. Very worrying. Oh boy. This isn't a DVD 9 game, is it? Shouldn't be. Consider me concerned. Very concerned. Especially since, if the laser has now just passed away, I'm super boned. Because I need this PS2 for Super Robo Sunday. This is the original disc. This isn't a burnt copy. This is an original PS2 copy of Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. Yeah, I'm throwing in a different disc now, blackguard. That is a DVD or a video game? You're reading that? How are you reading that? That's a fucking cheap burn. You're not reading the legitimate... This cheap burn. How do you read that fine, but not the actual disc? Shit. Curious. As you can see, this is definitely not a legitimate copy. This is Robert's. Come back in a couple of days for this one. I suppose I have had this for a very long time, but like, this seems fine. It's never even been used that heavily. I've basically only ever used this disc to do the Secret Theater stuff. Unless it is actually a DVD-9. Because it is just full of movie sequences. It might actually be a DVD-9. And if it is a DVD-9, then I can understand why it's having trouble reading it. This console has troubles reading DVD-9s. Might be up shit creek on the old Secret Theater. Walls. Have another fat PS3 around here somewhere that should do legitimate discs. But I don't know exactly where it is. Yeah, it's just not having it. Alright. Don't think these are labeled whether they're DVD. No, there's no scratches on it or markings of any kind. Like, it's in immaculate condition. This is effectively just a collector's piece. I only pull this out to do the Secret Theater stuff. So DVDs, you had two types of DVDs. You had your DVD 5, which held 4.4 gigs of data, and DVD 9s, which held 9 point something gigs of data. Alright. Oh shit, no, that won't work either. I was gonna bung her into an emulator. But But you need a save from base game Metal Gear Solid 3 to be able to access the secret theater. Tape on the two sides? What? No, okay, it's definitely not DVD 9 then. For some reason, she's just not liking it. Hmm. Curious. And concerning. Yeah, well, I wonder if she'll read discs. Actually getting to the point where she's going, I might have to consider acquiring another PS2. Those are getting a bit hard to get a hold of these days. What? Okay, so it's reading disc 3 fine, but it's not reading disc 2? You kidding me? What's your problem, console? It's just a regular PS2 disc. It's like silver? I don't think this has anything of real interest on it very quickly. Yeah, this is just the effectively the Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer on a disc. This I think has like pre-cut movie sequences so that you can sort effectively like watch all the movie sequences back to back, sort of turn it into a movie. Hmm. All right, this is a bit of a downer to end on. I do apologize. I didn't think to test the disc ahead of time because it worked fine previously. Yeah, it just does not seem to like this disc. There are VODs, but I don't know, like, there'd be me talking over parts of them, which is obviously the problem there. Hmm. I don't have a viable solution. That's kind of a downer. I don't know what you mean by tape. They're not purple discs. Also, don't have masking tape. Shoot. I really don't have, like, a quick solution for this. I've got solutions that'll take time. If I'd known it was boned, I could have set up for it. Because I don't have ISOs of these discs. Otherwise I could just burn back a copy. So I've never needed to pirate the game, because I own it. Technical issues, Blade, trying to get the secret theater. That's I'm thinking we can give that a try, Blackguard, but that's gonna take time. We didn't need the save. I could just, like, bung it in the emulator. But I'd need to get the base game up and running on the emulator, get in, get a save, and then transfer over. Like, this is it's all time. I have many options available, but they're just very slow options. Bonus stream on day 8. I don't have a way to. Oh, again, I actually probably do have that sort of shit set up somewhere, Furball, but I'd have to dig out all the tools for that and then remember how to do it. I've honestly never downloaded saves for PS2 before. That is an option, I guess. Super bodgy and a real nightmare to set up, though. I hate having to do browser capture stuff. Sucks. It's probably gonna have somebody talking over the top of it. This might work. Let's try. Oh, great.
We fight, and we survive.
How do I even, like...
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two.
How do I even drive this?
East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
And there's no audio. Fantastic. Actually, there might be audio for you guys, no audio for me. You guys might be going deaf. Bad idea. Yeah, capturing browsers fucking sucks. It's always a bloody nightmare. Oh, that's gonna fuck everything up if I do that.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Alright, can you guys hear that? Alright. This is how we're gonna have to do, unfortunately.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
As I said, this is all effectively Martian art. It's joke videos they made in engine.
You must be Sokolov.
No, don't.
I'm a CIA agent. Why are you so nervous?
What are you? Huh?
Don't. What? I don't remember these. Is my brain just bad?
Hello, call me Sokolov.
You can't defeat me. That all you've got?
Damn it.
That's a dirty trick.
You coward!
Boss!
Hold your fire!
Come out, Jack.
You lost it.
It's over.
Snake, what happened?
I don't remember that one either, to be honest.
Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Boss.
What is she after?
I don't remember these. At all. Is this the right stuff? This isn't like fan content, is it? Because the first one's supposed to be
Forget it, Snake.
Raiden, right? And that wasn't here at all.
Snake.
What are you doing here?
You were thinking about how they taste, weren't you?
I wasn't.
Snake. Stop right there.
Even I wouldn't do that.
Don't lie to me. I could tell by the look on your face. You know something?
Huh?
Humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between... You're not even listening, are you? Don't even think about eating a horse. Got it? Got it?
Yeah.
You're actually going to eat one.
Shut up.
Just don't. In any case, don't tell me you think it sounds tasty. You know, sometimes I wonder if you even remember that you were on a mission.
Will you give it a rest?
Quiet, you.
The one I've got for you is American-made.
$45, huh? Incredible.
How's that?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system...
God damn it.
Safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized.
That I remember.
Huh?
Do you like it?
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
An ocelot never lets his prey escape.
Over here!
Damn! Bitch! 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 Bitch!
Got you this time.
It's not over yet!
It's not over yet!
I'm not finished!
Give it up already.
It really is official Machina. Like, it's...
Get off!
What?
I'm gonna lure it back here.
It's so silly.
Let's go.
I hope this video has the time paradox stuff.
Snake!
That's the best bit.
Ocelot!
We're not done yet!
not all that much changes there. This one I remember.
What are you doing here?
And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology.
Huh? Hey.
The name's Eva.
What?
Halt! Damn it. Don't give up!
Snake! What's your status? Snake! Snake!
Snake, you can't do that. The future will be changed. You'll create a time paradox.
Wonder
I
where
hereby
the
award you the title of Big
dancing
Boss.
hand-in-hand animation comes from.
You've got to be kidding.
Because this is all mostly just recycled, like, existing stuff. Which means that dancing hand-in-hand animation has to be somewhere in the base game?
Come, we're going to my room.
I have to thank you for waking me.
The Sorrow, is that you?
Now let's get started. Let's see how you like this. What are you?
What's the matter?
I know nothing, I swear it. Foolish boy. Take this.
Nice to meet you, Snake. I'm Tatiana.
Eva, you could use a towel.
So could you.
You disappoint me. I'll get you for this. Prepare to die. Your end will soon be upon you. Die. Spirits of the forest. I have no regrets.
You can change your future. Take it into your own hands, Jack.
Oh boy.
So what about the past?
Here we go.
Huh?
What should I do about the past? How can I change that?
You want to change the past?
Well, in order to grasp the future, the past must be... It's that guy. I have to beat him no matter what. And make that chair mine. I've discovered that he will be the main character in the next game. I've used a time warp to come back, to wipe out the fool that forced me out of my main character's chair. And if Big Boss didn't exist, he would be erased as well.
created a time paradox. You can't go changing the future like that. You've created a time paradox. Don't mess with the future. You have to understand the future.
Target sighted. It won't open. Damn it! Huh?
Major, what are you doing here?
Oh.
I've
Oh
been waiting
dear.
for you in my room.
Hey, what are you doing?
What a beautiful body you have. Like a newborn baby.
Stop.
You can't do that. The future will be changed. You'll create a time paradox.
No!
Look at this scar.
Time paradox.
Where am I?
Time paradox.
I come here looking for Tatiana, and what should I find? But a greasy freebooter.
Hello?
Hey, wrong guy!
You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
You all right?
Well. Sorry.
Here.
Snake! Hop in.
Be careful.
Let's go.
Legendary Big Boss.
Found it! Enemy
Big Boss's assassination ended in failure, but that doesn't mean I've given up on wiping out Solid Snake. I still have a plan.
Okay, this is... I'd forgot about this bit. This is fantastic. This is the final boss fight from Metal Gear 2. Now both Solid Snake and Big Boss are here.
Big Boss. I knew I should have killed you.
Jack, you can't meddle with the past. We can only change the future. Take the future into your hands.
The future? But MGS4 is...
There's going to be a 5, right?
Ironically, he will actually get a game. We didn't know that at the time. I'd almost argue Rising is more of a Metal Gear game than V is. Was this the trailer? This probably should have been played before. Yeah, this probably should have run before... Because this is where the joke comes from. Yeah, see, this is what I was saying. This is where that joke comes from. Man! Fucking Sam Fisher outlived Solid Snake. Does anyone even remember Splinter Cell these days? And that's the secret theater stuff, unfortunately delivered via dodgy methods because the PS2 was not having a good day, apparently. But there we go. That is MGS3. Finished on a bit of a low note with the technical difficulties, but at least we got the secret theater stuff in there, even if it was via dodgy methodology. Oh, what do I even have to say? I suppose if we bump it over to there, that's a bit better than... I should hopefully remember and get something set up for next year. Yeah, right, as I said earlier, I have work the next couple of nights, but that shouldn't interfere too much, because we'll be doing MGS4 over 2 streams anyway, because it's too long. It's sort of 12 to 14 hours long, so it needed to be split in 2 anyway, but because of work, the stream may start a bit later. Depends on how late everything runs with that. But yeah, that's MGS3 done and dusted, which is, as I said, probably my favorite game in the franchise. Hopefully, after that, you guys understand why. It is an absolute masterpiece. Both brilliant story, brilliant characters, brilliant gameplay. It is just exceptional. That's all I really have for now, I think. Yeah, well, as I said, we'll be starting MGS4 tomorrow night. The plan will be doing chapters 1 and 2 on the first stream, and then 3 through to 5 on the second stream. Sunday will be Super Robo Sunday as usual. Nothing interrupts Super Robo Sunday. And then on probably Monday and or Tuesday, we'll do Metal Gear Rising and the DLC for it. So, still a good chunk of Metal Gear to come. I do hope you stick around and join us for that. But for now, that is all. Once again, a Happy New Year's to everyone. Hopefully, 2021 is a bit better than 20 has been. 2020 was a bit of a mess. We'll see how we go with 2021. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.